Warning: these social media platforms may be hazardous to your health. Censorship kills. Pain coming. This has been a PSA by Breaking Spectre. Well, good morning, everybody. How we doing? Spectre here. Hopefully you're doing well for another edition of In Case You Missed It News right here. And today, this is now what are we up to? The 6th day of October already, cruising right along. Hopefully you guys are doing well in your neck of the woods. A little gray here around these parts, a little bit of rain and mist in the air, perhaps a little bit of fog in this fall day. Wherever you might be, hopefully you guys got some decent weather where you're at. But let's get into it here this morning. We got quite a bit of ground to cover here. So, that being said, we got futures tumble as natural gas prices explode and stagflation fears surge. So, there are market comments on Tuesday. We were stunned by the resilient surge in tech names and the broader market, even as yields soared on the biggest jump in break-even since the presidential selection, noting that something is very broken with this picture. Well, one day later, normalcy is back. U.S. stock index futures tumbled as much as 1.3% on Wednesday, before paring some losses after soaring oil and gas prices, rising as much as 40% in Europe today alone. I'll have more to say about that here later on here. Fed into fears of higher inflation and fueled concerns of sooner than expected tapering, which in turn pushed 10-year yields just shy of 1.57%. At 7:30 a.m. Eastern, Dow E-minis were down 309 points, or just under 1%. S&P 500 E-minis were down 49 points, or 1.12%. And NASDAQ 100 E-minis were down 181 points, or 1.23%, to the lowest level since June 25th on a closing basis, signaling more downside for tech shares after Tuesday's short reprieve. Yeah. So there we see the old E-mini S&P futures up to Tuesday's close. The S&P 500 index logged its fourth straight day of 1% moves in either direction. According to Reuters, the last time the index saw that much volatility was in November 2020, when it rose or fell 1% or more for 7 straight sessions. The sell-off was much more severe in Europe, with the stock 600 falling as much as 2%, to a 2-month low, with every industry sector firmly in the red as the region's natural gas prices soared to the catastrophic levels. And again, seems to be the trend here, up, up, up and away, kind of an asymptotic curve heading to the moon and beyond. It says even as the European Union pledged swift action to ensure the spiking costs don't stifle the economy, it just didn't explain precisely what it would do. Asian stocks also dropped amid continued China property contagion fears. The 10-year Treasury yield touched their highest since June, slamming shares of mega-cap FAAMG. Tech shares led the stock sell-off. Apple was down about 1.5%, Facebook down 1.6%, Microsoft down the same, Tesla down 1.4%, and U.S. pre-market trading. And here we see the 10-year Treasury yields net perhaps just a little tick down. So looking at some of the bullet items here this morning, GoGo drops 5.3% in U.S. pre-market trading after Morgan Stanley downgrades to underweight, with competitive landscape expected to pressure valuation and free cash flow over the coming year. American Airlines slides 3.6% in U.S. pre-market trading on Goldman Sachs downgrade, according to Bloomberg data. U.S. Steel down more than 5% in U.S. pre-market trading on Goldman Sachs downgrade, according to Bloomberg data. Calixt shares jump 5.4% pre-market after the company said it will focus on engineering synthetic biology solutions for customers across the nutraceutical, cosmeceutical, pharmaceutical, advanced materials, and chemical industries. Sounds like a lucrative business to be in at the moment. Indus Realty Trust fell post-market Tuesday after launching a $2 million stock offering. Noodles & Company shares rose 2% in Tuesday post-market trading after Stevens started coverage with an overweight rating, saying the restaurant chain is poised for strong growth that should lead to higher multiples. Allison Transmission is accelerating the development of electrification technology for integration into the U.S. Army's ground combat vehicle fleet. Palantir shares rise 14% in U.S. pre-market trading after the software company said Tuesday it was selected by the U.S. Army to provide data and analytics for the Capability Drop 2 program. So Peter Thiel's old company there. Adler shares extended their decline to 21% in Frankfurt after Viceroy Research publishes a report saying it is short Adler Group SA and its listed subsidiaries. Deutsche Telekom shares fell 4%, closed at a level at which Goldman Sachs offered about €1.5 billion worth of shares as part of a deal to wrap some of SoftBank's T-Mobile stake for one in Deutsche Telekom. Ambu shares fall as much as 8.1%, the most since August 17th, after the company cut its full-year financial outlook. IP Group shares drop as much as 8.1%, the worst day in 9 months, after the CEO Alan Aubrey and CIO Mike Townend retire. GN Store Nord shares rise as much as 7.5% as it agrees to buy a SteelSeries, a maker of software-enabled gaming gear from Nordic private equity company Accel, for an enterprise value of DKK 8 billion on a cash and debt-free basis. Tesco shares rise as much as 4.6% to an 8-month high after Britain's biggest supermarket operator said it will buy back about 500 million British pounds worth of stock and raised its full-year profit forecast. HSBC rises as much as 2.5% as UBS upgrades the Asia-focused lender to buy from neutral, saying the market is taking a risk by being underweight. Page Group shares jump as much as 6.9%, most since April, as a staffing firm boosts its profit forecast. Pierre Hayes also gains. Dustin shares jump as much as 11%, the most since April 13th, after the IT solutions provider's EBIT for the fourth quarter beat the average analyst estimate. And Atlantic Sapphire gains as much as 15% as Pareto sees improvements ahead. And here we see that the old Nikkei 225 enters a correction. Gee, I wonder if their curve would tend to match our S&P curve tracking over top of the 1987 curve just before its correction. Let's see, looking at the old market wrap, the S&P 500 futures down 0.9% to 42.94 and change. The Stocks Europe 600 down 1.5% to 449 and change. The Nikkei down 1.1% to 27,528.87. The Shanghai Composite up 0.9% to 35,6817. Brent futures up 0.1% to 82.67 per barrel. Gold spot down currently at 0.7% to 17.4769 per ounce. U.S. dollar index up 0.32% to 94.28, and the euro currently down 0.3% to 1.1560. As far as overnight news out of Bloomberg, Bojo's insistence that higher pay for UK workers is worth the pain of supply chain turmoil is generating buzz among Conservative Party members that he's planning to raise the minimum wage in a keynote speech on Wednesday. European energy prices extend their blistering rally as the supply crunch shows no sign of easing, and the European Union pledged a quick response to keep the crisis from damaging the economy. Chinese Fantasia Holdings Group company, which develops high-end apartments and urban renewal projects, failed to repay $205.7 million bond that came due Monday. That prompted a flurry of rating downgrades late Tuesday to levels signifying default. The stumble stirred broader angst in volatile markets amid public holidays in China and uncertainty about Evergrande. President Emmanuel Macron nominated Bank of France Governor Francois Villeroy de Galhau for a second term, opting for stability in one of the most important appointment decisions on European Central Bank policymaking for years to come. The German Green Party is seeking to start exploratory talks with the SPD and liberal FDP party on forming a governing coalition, Green Party co-leader Annalena Baerbock said. Saudi Arabia reduced oil prices for its main buyers a day after OPEC Plus sent crude futures surging by sticking to a plan for slow and steady supply increases. Out of news squawk, back over to Asia. China tech stock gauge falls to record low as yields rise. Top Glove says cooperating in investigation over worker's death. China Resources Unit said to be in talks for JLL China business. And Asian stocks drop as tech sell-off deepens amid rising yields. Back over to Europe. German Greens seek talks with SPD, FDP on post-Merkel government. European industry buckles under a worsening energy squeeze. The Polish central bank unbowed despite price spike. Out a decision guide there. And Bayer shares turn lower after initial gains on Roundup win. And I'll have to look for that story to see where that fares because, as many should well know, Monsanto Bayer has been obviously litigated to death over Roundup, and a lot of the early cases in that were in favor of the people bringing suits against them. So I'd like to see how somehow they suddenly won one of those cases. As far as the U.S. event calendar today, pretty quiet day. 7 a.m. October MBA mortgage applications. A prior was down 1.1%. And at 8:15 a.m., the September ADP employment change estimated 430,000. The prior was 374,000. And I'll have just a little bit more to say about that here in the broadcast in just a bit. So, that being said, some other interesting news. Well, China folds, unloads Australian coal despite import ban amid power crunch. And if you've been paying attention, obviously, you know there's been a little bit of a flap, if you will, between Australia and China over the, I'd say last year plus. Tariffs back and forth, left and right. And of course, we'll see here momentarily what has happened to coal imports into China. But China appears to have folded and unloaded Australian coal shipments despite an unofficial import ban, according to Financial Times, citing multiple commodity analysts. The move emphasizes China's dire need for coal supplies amid a power crunch, with more than half of the country's provinces rationing power. Nick Ristic, the lead dry cargo analyst at Bremer ACM Shipbroking, said an unspecified number of bulk carrier vessels with Australian coal has been waiting outside Chinese ports since Beijing slapped tariffs and blacklisted commodities from the country last year. He said about 450,000 tons of Australian coal had been unloaded in September. A more precise number of bulk carries is 5, according to energy research company Kepler, who had the figure of 380,000 tons of Australian thermal coal were unloaded at Chinese ports last month. Financial Times makes a case that coal could have been resold to another country, but traders said that was unlikely because Chinese authorities cleared the cargoes through customs. We noted last year that dozens of giant bulk carriers loaded with Australian coal were anchored off several Chinese ports due to a diplomatic spat between Canberra and Beijing. Eventually, Beijing ordered state-owned companies to stop importing Australian coal, and global research from Wood Mackenzie said after November 2020, coal exports to China crashed to zero. And there that is depicted since, like they said, last year. It says, last year, Beijing's Australian thermal coal ban proved to be a very misguided measure due to severe power rationings across the country ahead of winter. At least 20 Chinese provinces and regions, making up more than 66% of the country's GDP, have announced some form of power cuts. Guangdong Province, the southern industrial hub, is slashing around 10% of its peak power demand. And there we see all the various provinces affected. Obviously, this area right about here, if you can see my mouse, that's Shanghai, Ningbo, I believe, ports, where a lot of the traffic in that is headed out of and into. Meanwhile, China's central government officials ordered the country's top state-owned energy companies to secure supplies for this winter at all costs. Bloomberg reported Monday China's Zhejiang province purchased its first shipment of thermal coal from Kazakhstan as it races to stockpile reserves ahead of the winter season. Lara Dong, who heads Greater China Power and Renewables Research at IHS Markit, said Beijing's move to allow 5 Australian shipments of coal to be processed isn't a sign of a broader policy reversal. I see it as a sign of policy loosening. It doesn't seem to mean a big difference in coal imports from Australia, Dong said. She added that it was unknown if increased imports would solve the country's power crunch. It's so expensive now, the government is encouraging imports, but who will pay? And of course, here we see depicted there that the prices of the Australian Newcastle thermal coal are through the roof. So, contrary to China's peak carbon emissions in 2030 and to reach carbon neutrality in 2060 promises, those targets may be pushed out as the fossil fuel hungry country does everything it can to source the dirtiest energy source on Earth, amid one of the worst power crunches in decades ahead of the winter season. Where's Greta Thunberg? Shouldn't she be ringing up old Xi Jinping? How dare you, you dirty coal? But I digress. In any case, some other financial news related to housing and landlords and all the shenanigans that went down with the COVID shamdemic and what has transpired by the CDC overstepping their bounds. Continued fallout, let's put it that way. So, landlords expressed frustration with LA's eviction moratorium as state eviction ban ends. Now, mind you, I've talked about this a little bit over on the Soapbox. Got a couple shows net on the old archive channel over on YouTube if you wish to go check those out. But I've had a lot to say about this over recent weeks. From Epoch Times says landlords in California breathed a sigh of relief when the state's eviction ban ended last week. However, the city of LA's moratorium will continue as long as the city is in a state of local emergency. Local emergency. What is the emergency? Bans on tenant evictions were implemented during the COVID-19 pandemic on federal, state, and city levels. Many of those eviction bans are coming to an end as the nation sees an overall decline in the unemployment rate, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. In August, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention lacked authority to impose a federal eviction ban. The Supreme Court instead said that Congress must enact such a policy. California's eviction moratorium ended last week on September 30th. However, the City of Los Angeles's eviction ban will likely go on for at least another year, while tenants in LA County will also have eviction protection as well under a motion passed last month. How in the hell can they get away with this? Some in favor of an extended eviction moratorium argue that LA's already high rates of homelessness may skyrocket when renters who have not been able to pay rent are evicted as the moratorium ends. Though both city and state are making efforts to support both landlords and tenants under the moratorium, some landlords express frustration with the city's handling of the eviction ban. Frustration? I'd say heads ought to be rolling. Why is it okay for them to not pay? What does that do to any sort of landlord? Do you think that they don't have bills to pay? I can't believe that this has been handled as if nothing is happening to landlords, Carrie Cunningham Holmes told the Epoch Times. Last month, the City of LA began offering rental assistance to both landlords and tenants under the Emergency Renters Assistance Program for those who have not been able to pay rent because of the scamdemic. According to the city's website, the City of LA received 49,633 total rent relief applications, which amounts to over $725 million in rent relief, with the average assistance being around $15,220 per application. The city has paid out over $31 million as of September 27th. Let's see, some quick and dirty math here. 725 minus 730 or minus 31. Not even 700,000 to go. They got a little ways to go. You think they'll get there? Nancy, we're going to need a little bit more dollars shoved our way. Oh, thank you. In August, Councilman Kevin De Leon introduced a motion to shorten the timeline for landlords to receive back rent for tenants who couldn't pay their rent. The motion called on the LA Housing and Community Investment Department to pay all landlords' outstanding applications by October 1st. Looks like they didn't make it, did they? In a previous interview, Cunningham Holmes told the Epoch Times that she filed for renters relief funds at the beginning of July. On October 4th, however, she said she still hadn't received any relief funds. I don't think they realize the bind they're putting us in, Cunningham Holmes said. You know, you can't go a year and a half and not do maintenance things around your building. The water bill in one of her buildings has more than doubled in cost, she said, due to people working from home because of the scamdemic. My bill has gone up since people have been home and moving in extra people that we cannot evict. These extra tenants are creating excessive expenses, excessive water uses, Cunningham Holmes said in the previous interview. The Housing and Community Investment Department didn't respond to a request for comment by press time. So again, in typical problem, reaction, solution form, they introduced a problem, a scamdemic. People are going to get all up in arms, so they demand some sort of relief. And the solution is, oh, we'll just let the government step in and make your payments for you, albeit whenever the hell we feel like it. What did Reagan say? Get the government out of the way. And now over to some cryptos, some interesting charts in that put out here. It says visualizing the rise of cryptocurrency transactions. Love them or hate them, they are being used. After Bitcoin and cryptocurrency's wild bull run in the late 2020 and early 2021, many holders are now using cryptocurrencies for their intended purpose, payments. In fact, as visual capitalist Niccolo Conte notes, every day approximately $12 billion are transferred across the Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Litecoin blockchains, with millions of people using cryptocurrency for payments daily. This graphic, sponsored by Coin Payments, looks at the rising transactions of the Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Litecoin networks. So, interesting graphic here. Says, as cryptos have grown in value and popularity over the years, transaction counts have steadily increased. Again, for Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Litecoin. Obviously, there's many, many, many other cryptos net out there. But Bitcoin and Ethereum are a couple of the big ones. That's why you see those on screen that I track. Litecoin obviously is probably more centric, I suppose, to payments, things of that nature. Bitcoin, I'd see, is more of a hedge bet, I guess. There's just way too much fluctuation day to day for that to be used as any sort of payment, I would say, my opinion. But with a growing base of holders, cryptos are steadily proving themselves as a medium of exchange. So basically, it is a currency of sorts. And so we see here, the Litecoin is in kind of the pinkish purple color, Bitcoin in a dark blue, and Ethereum in the lightish blue here. Take a look at this. From 2013 all the way to where we are, 2021. Litecoin, again, being in this color, it tracks right along the bottom here. Had a little bit of a tick up in 2018. Looks to be perhaps a little bit more so on the rise in 2021. Bitcoin in the dark blue trending above that. We had a tick up again 2018, and then again 2021 it's picking up. But certainly Ethereum seems to be the winner out of all this. Can't really see where its inception was, if it tracks underneath the others here back to 2013. But from about 2016 forward, yeah, it has definitely picked up business. 1.2 million transactions, 232,000, 104,000 transactions. 40% new customer sales on average, 2 times higher order value on average, and 55% reduction in transaction fees. As more consumers switch to spending their crypto, business will flow to crypto accepting merchants. So that's the big thing out of this, is that, yeah, people can throw their US dollars or euros or what have you into these things. The problem is what can you really do with them? Are there people taking these as forms of payment? So crypto transactions are rising in value and number. While prices are often the focus when crypto is in the spotlight, transaction counts show how much a network is being used as a medium of exchange. In just over 5 years, daily transactions across the Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Litecoin networks increased sixfold, from just 250,000 to more than 1.5 million transactions a day. In mid 2017, Ethereum overtook Bitcoin in daily transactions as Ethereum was necessary to participate in ICOs, initial coin offerings, which fueled much of the speculation in the 2017 price run. With Ethereum still hosting thousands of ERC20 and ERC721 tokens on its blockchain today, its transaction counts have grown to be much higher compared to Bitcoin and Litecoins. Along with crypto's rising transaction numbers, the average US dollar value per transaction has increased by a minimum of 4x over the past 5 years. So here we see from 2016 to 2021, per coin metric here, average value per Bitcoin transaction. Back then was about 2,400 bucks. Today it's right around 33,000. Average value per Ethereum transaction back then was about 588 bucks. Today it's a little over 19 grand. And the average value per Litecoin transaction is about 1357 back then to about 5400 and change. Crypto spenders are searching for merchants, yeah. So as transaction counts and values rise, merchants play a vital part in pushing forward the adoption of digital currencies for payment. Now, many users consider merchant adoption as a key barometer of success for crypto adoption. While companies like AT&T, Namecheap, and Overstock already accept crypto payments, there are still many businesses around the world which don't offer crypto as a method of payment. In a survey of over 8,000 U.S. consumers, 66.7% of crypto owners and 54.2% of non-owners said that not enough merchants accept cryptos. Along with this, 47% of crypto owners said they seek out merchants that accept crypto for purchases, indicating clear demand for more crypto accepting businesses. So, how can merchants make the most of the crypto boom? Well, as the world embraces crypto, merchants need the in store and online tools to be part of this next wave of commerce. Accepting crypto opens merchants up in an untapped audience of new consumers eager to spend their crypto. Now, Coin Payments makes it easy to start accepting crypto payments at online checkout and with POS systems, with features like auto coin conversion and over 2,000 coins supported. So, it doesn't look like in our case here, perhaps US side at least, we're going to be seeing cryptos go away. I don't believe that we're going to be like China and flat out outlaw them and it's just going to magically disappear. No, I think we're probably going to see readily adoption of these. For those that want to use that form of currency, great. I think if people want to do that, fantastic. For those that want to use gold and silver, if there's a means or ways to tie that to a crypto, great. We could probably do that. To me, it's no different than carrying a credit card versus cash versus writing a check. You know, we kind of treat them all the same, but in reality, they are all very different forms of payments and how they are used. So the same could be true here. All right, so back over to Europe, talking still about energy. I brought this up just a little bit ago, but EU politicians panic as natural gas prices explode 40% overnight. So Europe's power crunch is roiling energy markets Wednesday as Dutch and UK natural gas futures jumped 60% in just 2 days, hitting record highs along with soaring power prices. Front month Dutch natural gas futures rose an astonishing 40% today to a record 162.125 euros per megawatt hour after a 20% move higher on Tuesday. UK natural gas futures surged 39% today, hitting $40. And here we see the UK natural gas forward 1 month versus the Netherlands TTF natural gas forward 1 month, both pretty well tracking on top of one another, albeit one is perhaps lagging behind the other spike-wise. But again, kind of an asymptotic curve rising precipitously. This is just ridiculous, Tom Marzik-Manser, an analyst at ICIS, told Bloomberg. Almost impossible to even justify or qualify how and why it's moving so fast and so high. EU politicians are in panic mode to protect consumers and businesses from rising natural gas and power prices. The European Union's energy chief, Kadri Simpson, said a revision on energy regulations could happen by the end of the year to prevent soaring energy costs from derailing the economic recovery. As we've already seen, soaring natural gas prices have resulted in fertilizer manufacturers limiting or halting operations from the UK to Germany, which has disrupted food supply chains. So ahead of winter, EU's natural gas stockpiles are at their lowest seasonal levels in more than a decade. The continent is super reliant on Russian natural gas, which flows have declined in recent months. It's also unclear when new supplies through Nord Stream 2, the new controversial pipeline from Russia, may begin. At this point, it's too late for fresh supplies, as the restocking period was a month ago. There are discussions. EU politicians may certify the Russian pipeline early next year. Again, that would be during the winter season and too late to alleviate shortages and higher prices. Europe is in for one harsh winter. But don't worry, governments are likely to subsidize energy costs for households and even businesses to thwart a winter of discontent. After all, politicians only have one job: get reelected. Meanwhile, the electricity crisis continues to roil Asian markets as Chinese buyers are paying top dollar for natural gas, as Beijing ordered energy firms to secure supplies at all cost. Says we are currently living exceptional circumstances, and analysts at consultant NG Energy Scan told clients. The world gas market has never been in a situation where Asia and Europe were obliged to compete fiercely for the marginal LNG cargo available, as the latter was supposed to benefit from comfortable pipeline supply. Global natural gas and even coal markets have significantly tightened ahead of the northern hemisphere winter. Fall has already begun, temperatures are dipping, and many of these regions are caught with below average energy supplies. The chaos abroad has even boosted U.S. natural gas prices to the highest level in 12 years, to $6.466 per million British thermal units in New York. The astronomical rise in natural gas futures makes one wonder if the move is now being driven by the world's top commodity trading houses, who have all been crushed by a spread or arbitrage trade gone wrong. The strategy backfired, and many small to mid-sized trading firms are likely facing margin calls on a scale not seen before. And don't expect it to stop anytime soon. Here we see a tweet out of Javier Blas says, spot on, but don't worry, Brussels will discuss the situation at a later date. And London, well, we are building back butter, apparently. Building back butter or building back better? I don't know. Either way. Politicians have shot themselves in the foot. We've talked about this, ESG, the greenification, all this stuff. They think that you can just flip a switch, get rid of dirty coal, pull your money from investing in Royal Dutch Shell and BP and all these places, and expect that wind and solar is going to pick up the slack, and it's just not. And so, the government now has to figure out how to subsidize rising costs because the speculators have bid this up, got caught with their pants down, and here we are. Get the government out of the way. Seems to be the theme here. All right, well, aside from that, back U.S. side here, ADP signals bigger than expected job gains in September. While initial jobless claims have been rising recently, dominated by California, analysts still expected ADP to show a pickup in new jobs to 430,000 from 374,000 in August, and it did, smashing expectations with a 568,000 increase after August print was revised down from 374 to 340. So obviously it looks like business is picking up. And of course, it might make one wonder if this is seasonal ahead of the holidays, like they typically do, most retailers hiring temp and part-time help. However, obviously, with all the container ships on the water, one might question whether or not there's going to be any product to sell. But again, I digress. Says that is the biggest increase since June. As we note, this is happening as scamdemic emergency benefits are removed from Americans. Jobs rose in every industry and across every size cohort, with services jobs dominating once again. So here per ADP, we got a 568,000 pickup on U.S. non-farm private businesses sector from August to September. Small firms, was up about 63,000. Mid-size up 115,000. Large was up about 390,000. As far as the sectors, net goods producing sector as a whole was up 102,000. Natural resources and mining about a 7,000 gain. Manufacturing up about 49,000. Construction up about 46. The service providing sector was up 466,000. That is kind of broken down into trade, transportation, utilities up 54,000. Education, healthcare up 66,000. Leisure, hospitality up 226,000. 11,000 for information, 22,000 financial activities, 28,000 for other services, and professional and business up 61,000. So goods producing jobs rose by 102,000, the biggest monthly jump since, well, got to go all the way back to September of last year. And it says the data comes ahead of Friday's monthly employment report from the Labor Department, which is currently forecast to show the U.S. added 450,000 private payrolls in September. So the labor market recovery continues to make progress, despite a marked slowdown from the 748,000 job pace in the second quarter, said Neela Richardson, chief economist at ADP. Leisure and hospitality remains one of the biggest beneficiaries to the recovery, yet hiring is still heavily impacted by the trajectory of the scamdemic, especially for small firms. Current bottlenecks in hiring should fade as the health conditions tied to the COVID-19 variant continue to improve, setting the stage for solid job gains in the coming months. This all suggests the taper is still on. Well, I might interject here a little bit and say one thing that they are perhaps forgetting about this. As good as this looks, yes, we had a gain in 1 to 49 employees, small businesses up 63,000. But take a look at the numbers around the mid-size and large here. We got 115 plus another 390. That's, what is that? Just about 500,000-ish, right? This mid-size is anywhere from 50 to 499 employees. Well, guess who dropped that little nugget on us here about a month or so ago and says, if you got 100 employees or more, you got to take the jab, and we're going to mandate it. We're going to push it through OSHA, and oh, by the way, if you don't comply, well, you're going to get a $70,000 to $700,000 fine for your employees not taking the jab. So what do you think is going to happen when OSHA tries to roll out this mandate? Do you think this is going to continue to go up, or is this going to go down as people dig in and say, nah, not in my backyard? So that's perhaps a factor that is not being considered here. That's one that I'm going to try and watch closely. We'll bring that to you guys' attention as this stuff comes through. All right, so getting a little bit out of financials here today and over to our other favorite topic. Out of big league politics today, it says facing forced COVID shots, students are withdrawing from college. Kudos. It's about time. You're getting scammed anyway in these institutions. So draconian jab mandates for the COVID-19 shot are becoming more prominent throughout American society as the days go on, with numerous corporations, government employers, and institutions of education joining in on the fun. Some college students have finally said that enough is enough, deciding the forced experimental shot is not a price they are willing to pay for graduation. Justin Mishler, a 29-year-old U.S. Marine Corps veteran and junior at Northern Illinois University, is one of them, CNBC reported. After finishing his military service, Mishler enrolled in the state school in 2016 through the help of the GI Bill. a military allowance granted to veterans to help them pursue an education. As a consequence of COVID-19 related mandates that prevented him from attending school in person, Mishler elected to work rather than attend school remotely during the scamdemic. The Marine Corps veteran planned a return to school in August for in-person instruction, only to later find out that all NIU students are now required to submit proof of vaccination or request an exemption and get tested weekly. The schools also forces mask wearing indoors. I was excited, but when I saw you had to be jabbed, I decided to keep working instead, he said. I'm not going to abide by stuff I don't believe in. Mishler is also a member of Young Americans for Liberty, a freedom and liberty advocating group active on nearly 400 college and university campuses. The former history student is for now driving a forklift at a nearby 3M facility in DeKalb, Illinois. I would like to be able to finish my degree and work in a military museum, the history major said. But if it never goes back to normal, I'm just going to do something else. Dylan Dean, a 22-year-old former student and a state chair of YAL, preemptively unenrolled from Montana State University, even before the school finalized a COVID policy. I was worried there would be mandates, he said. The student also pointed out the blatant disregard for science that has permeated across various American institutions as of late, particularly the idea that people who have had the virus must still get a shot. I think vaccine mandates fail to take into account natural immunity, Dean said. Dean also said his parents supported the move to withdraw from the fall semester. They don't agree with me politically, but they know this is my decision. And yeah, that's absolutely right. What happened to the my body, my choice, and like Rand Paul has been pushing, with Becerra, calling all these folks a bunch of flat earthers, right? Why? Where is that grounded in science there, Becerra? Where does it say that natural immunity should not be considered? Take the jab. It sounds like you're just running a promo for Big Pharma at this point. Which they are. It's a con. And so that leads to this little nugget that I just happened upon here this morning. I'll let this play through. It says, wow, on the MSM, jabbed people are 11 times more likely to die from COVID and 10 times more likely to be hospitalized.
Vaccinated people are 11 times more likely to die from COVID-19 and 10 times more likely to be hospitalised. That's according to a new study in America.
Yeah, CNN's Randy Kay visited a Florida hospital to show us the impact, and a warning, some viewers may find the story very confronting.
You are watching the desperate attempt to save a COVID patient's life. This 75-year-old woman is having serious trouble breathing and is in desperate need of oxygen.
So this patient was being maintained on non-invasive ventilation and unfortunately failed. And so we had to transition to mechanical ventilation, which requires placement of an airway within the endotrachea, within the trachea, the windpipe.
So there you have it. Per the Mockingbird Media, I'm not sure where exactly this is out of. It sounds like it's a little bit foreign. I don't know if it's here in the United States, but an admission, right? 11 times more likely to die from COVID and 10 times more likely to be hospitalized. The jabbed folks. Isn't that kind of what we already know? Just saying. So, aside from that, Breaking 911 had this as Fed sees more counterfeit COVID vaccine cards and misbranded ivermectin pills in Chicago. So, as if it's not bad enough, as we all search for horse paste, you guys aren't horses, you're humans, knock it off. Oh, wait. Well, apparently, we're getting some ivermectin pills out of China and coming through Customs Border Patrol. So out of Chicago, U.S. Customs and Border Protection officers working at the International Mail Facility at Chicago O'Hare are still seizing counterfeit COVID-19 vaccination cards and the antiparasitic that has caused a lot of controversy, ivermectin. On October 4th, CBP seized 2 shipments that were destined for residents in Seagraves and Houston, Texas. CBP inspected the parcels to determine the admissibility of the items in accordance with agency procedures. One package was manifested that it contained PVC sleeves, while the other package was once again labeled as greeting cards. Whoops. Yeah. Upon inspecting the parcels, officers found 21 counterfeit COVID-19 vaccination cards. I identify as a birthday card in one package and 20 counterfeit COVID-19 vaccination cards in the other. The cards closely resembled the authentic Center for Disease Control certificates provided by healthcare practitioners when administering the COVID vaccine. The cards appear to be fraudulent due to their low quality appearance and other discrepancies. Both shipments originated from China. Now think of that here for a second, folks. What have we seen play out by way of our election back in 2020? What are the Jovan Pulitzers and company investigating at the moment and all the stuff with Maricopa County? Do you think the paper quality might be a little sus? Yeah, same here. But I do like that. Oh no, I'm a vaccine card? No, I identify as a birthday card. That's pretty good. Our CBP officers continue the fight against these crooks who are using this pandemic to make a profit by selling those fraudulent documents, said LaFonda Sutton-Burke, Director of Field Operations at the Chicago Field Office. I'm very proud that our officers are able to intercept these dangerous shipments and keep our communities safe. However, the danger didn't stop there. The drug ivermectin has garnered a lot of headlines as a treatment for COVID. While x-raying a package from China, officers noticed some discrepancies. The package said it contained decorative beads, but when officers inspected the parcel, they found one bottle containing 100 tablets of ivermectin. Additionally, a second package from Mexico also contained 32 more ivermectin tablets and 40 hydroxychloroquine pills. The FDA requested these items be seized for violating FDA regulations. The pills were turned over to the FDA Office of Criminal Investigation for further investigation. The shipments were headed to Atlanta and St. Louis Park, Minnesota, respectively. These shipments are concerning. These were seized in just one night, and you have to wonder if this trend will continue, said Shane Campbell, Area Port Director of Chicago. Our officers are ready and will stop this threat before it can reach the public. This is the third time Chicago CBP has stopped shipments of counterfeit COVID jab cards, and the FBI has warned the public that buying, selling, or using a counterfeit jab card endangers and places others at risk and breaks our nation's laws. Well, do two wrongs make a right here? I mean, if you're defrauded by way of a scamdemic that's nothing more than a hyped-up version of the flu, is it really wrong to carry a fake card? Breaks laws? Show me where it's on the books. Anywhere. Anywhere. Mandates do not equal law. And yeah, if by chance you get an ivermectin tablet bottle that maybe has some Chinese characters above it, I'm not necessarily sure I would take those. But in any case, as if that's not fraudulent enough, well, Merck is going to charge U.S. 40 times what it costs to make government finance the COVID pill. Now, mind you, this just come out a week ago, right? And now we found out that Merck is up to typical shenanigans, going to jack up the price of these things. Merck's new, not ivermectin COVID-19 treatment, molnupiravir, costs $17.74 to produce. Yet the company is charging the U.S. government $712 for the treatment, a 40x markup, according to The Intercept, citing a report issued last week by the Harvard School of Public Health and King's College Hospital in London. Now, which is the bigger fraud here? The pills coming in out of China, mismarked as cards and beads, or this shakedown artistry? The pill, originally developed using U.S. government funds as a possible treatment for Venezuelan equine encephalitis, cut the risk of hospitalization and death in half in a randomized trial of 775 adults with mid to moderate COVID who were considered at high risk for disease due to comorbidities such as obesity, diabetes, and heart disease. The trial was stopped early so the company could apply for an emergency use authorization. The drug did not benefit patients who are already hospitalized with severe disease. News of the oral wonder drug sent shares of Merck higher last week as the company says it can deliver 10 million doses by the end of the year. Clearly, the pill could bring in massive profits to Merck and its partner on the drug, Ridgeback Biotherapeutics, which licensed the drug from Emory University in 2020 and then sold the worldwide rights to the drug to Merck for a sum which has not been disclosed. Meanwhile, the Defense Threat Reduction Agency, a division of the Department of Defense, funded development of the drug by Emory University to the tune of $10 million from 2013 and 2015, according to the nonprofit group Knowledge Ecology International discovered. And here we see DTRA-JSTO under the CBDP invested in a broad spectrum of hashtag antiviral, leading to the discovery of molnupiravir through collaborative research with Merck, Emory University, Ridgeback Bio, and NIH. This drug has applications against encephalitic alpha viruses, flu, SARS-CoV-2, and more. Yet, as Quartz points out, only Merck and Ridgeback will profit from the new antiviral, which they say could be one of the most lucrative drugs ever, bringing in as much as $7 billion by the end of this year alone. Despite its initial investment, the U.S. government seems to be facing a steep markup in prices. In June, the government signed a $1.2 billion contract with Merck to supply 1.7 million courses of the medication at the $712 price. Does the government have no sense of negotiation whatsoever? Do they just take and buy at whatever price just because, they can print the dollars and we'll do it? The transaction is due to take place as soon as molnupiravir receives emergency use authorization from the FDA. Good government advocates are pointing out that because federal agencies spent at least $29 million on the drug's development, the government has the obligation to ensure that the medicine is affordable. The public funded this drug, and therefore the public has some rights, including the rights you have it available under reasonable terms, said Louise Gill Abernator, a senior researcher at Knowledge Ecology International, and again, per The Intercept. So pushing back. Ridgeback co-founder Wendy Holman told CNBC in an interview last week that they asked for but never got government funding for the manufacture of molnupiravir. The company also claimed in a press release touting the study that since licensed by Ridgeback, all funds used for the development of molnupiravir have been provided by Merck and by Wayne and Wendy Holman of Ridgeback. Critics, meanwhile, say the $700 plus price point is absurd, with health advocates concerned that people in some countries will not be able to afford the new drug. Offering someone a $700 treatment when they don't yet feel that ill is going to mean that a lot of people are not going to take it, said King's College Hospital physician Zin Tars Gotham, co-author of the report, which suggests that Merck could still reap a 10% profit margin if they price molnupiravir at $19.99. Yeah, that would seem a little bit more reasonable. Or you just run down and you get ivermectin down at your local tractor supply store for whatever that costs, about $6 if you can still find it, or dial up frontline doctors or what have you. Just don't take the ones in the pill form coming out of China, I suppose. But I digress. Says, if you can't afford medicine because it's 1,000 times more than you can afford, or because it's 100 times more than you can afford, it doesn't matter, said Melissa Barber, a doctoral candidate at the Harvard School of Public Health and co-author of the report on molnupiravir, adding, those are both bad. Barber and Gotham acknowledged that the 1774 cost of producing a 5-day course of the antiviral pills is an estimate, but said that the algorithm they used and have employed to estimate the production cost for hundreds of drugs tends to result in overestimates in the long run. Oh, so we just rely on models and AI and algos to come up with that? Seems we tried that once before, didn't we? What was his name? Matt Hancock out of the UK. It predicted hundreds of thousands of people were going to die. Except he had a faulty model. climate change. It's going to kill everybody. Except it didn't. Do we ever learn? Meanwhile, the prices that private companies charge for drugs tend to go up rather than down. For all these deals that have happened for therapeutics or vaccines, the price has only increased as uncertainty has decreased, she said. One price is given, and then, for the next sale, the price goes up. The price went up for other drugs and vaccines, so I would be very surprised if this price didn't go up too, per The Intercept. If only there were another option for mild, moderate COVID 19 cases that was inexpensive and used around the world for decades with an extremely positive drug safety profile. We're just going to leave this here, as we noted last month. Widely prescribed antiparasitic ivermectin, also made by Merck, has shown massive efficacy worldwide in the treatment of mild and moderate cases of COVID 19, plus as a prophylactic. India's Uttar Pradesh province, with a population of over 200 million, says that widespread early use of ivermectin helped keep positivity and deaths low. Per the Indian Express, Uttar Pradesh government says early use of ivermectin helped to keep positivity and deaths low. That was the headline. Separately, there have been several studies funded by the Indian government, primarily conducted through their largest government public medical university. Role of ivermectin in the prevention of SARS-CoV-2 infection. There's a conclusion. Ivermectin is a potential treatment for mild to moderate COVID-19. And there's a conclusion. Clinical research report. Ivermectin in combination with doxycycline for treating COVID-19 symptoms. And there's its discussion. And what happened? I believe I've shown even the graphic of India having implemented this versus Israel, which at the time is still implementing jabs. 3, 4, 5, I don't know what they're up to now, 6, 10, I don't know. And they're going up, up, up with Israel, while India, on the other hand, is going flat. Do the math. In any case, here's some more graphics around that. Here are more human studies from other countries on the horse dewormer. Peru's got some sharp reductions in COVID-19 case fatalities and excess deaths in Peru in close time conjunction. Let's see, Spain, the effect of early treatment with ivermectin on viral load, symptoms, and humoral response in patients with non-severe COVID-19. Bangladesh, a comparative study on ivermectin, doxycycline, and hydroxychloroquine azithromycin therapy on COVID-19 patients, and its conclusion. A 5-day course of ivermectin for the treatment of COVID-19 may reduce the duration of illness, and its discussion. Meanwhile, there are only 76 ongoing or completed clinical trials on ivermectin around the world. Below are the results of 32 which have been completed. And of course, you can visit ivermeta.com and dig down on any of these and read the entire study. The site recommends ivermectin in conjunction with vaccines to confer the best protection against COVID-19. However, we'll leave that to you and your doctor to discuss. Perhaps those who can't pony up $700 will seek other options. Well, yeah, obviously. I just find it absolutely astonishing that our government just blindly accepts, and that's part of the reason why, at the end of the day, we see $10,000 golden toilets and all these ridiculous numbers and that's spelled out. They just, whoever is in the contract with, they just throw some numbers out there and, they can put 10,000% markups on whatever profits they want to make because the government's going to pay it. You just put it in a contract, they'll blindly accept it, won't negotiate, and away you go. Unless you're Donald Trump, that is, which, if you remember right, think of what happened with Air Force One. Think of what he did with Boeing, with the price of some of the planes. He negotiated. Why? Because he's a businessman. He's not a politician. Politicians, they'll just randomly accept, and away you go. Oh, we got to tax the people more. We got to raise the debt ceiling. We got to put this $3.5 trillion package together. Fire up the printing press, old Jay Powell. We got to pay for all this stuff. Right? Anyway, absolute ridiculousness. All right, well, that is going to do it for this morning's show. I'll leave the old stream up as usual for those wishing to check in throughout the day. We'll leave that up, and then of course we'll be back here a little bit later on this afternoon, probably between about 5-6 p.m. to kind of close things out and see how we fared on the day, see what sort of shenanigans played out. So that being said, we'll see you back here after a while. Take care. God bless everybody. welcome back, everybody. How we doing? Spectre here. Good to have you on the afternoon side as we wrap things up on the day. And hopefully, if you're joining, well, we had quite a shindig go on here this afternoon. If you tried to join on the old 5x5 side, we had some technical difficulties for whatever reason. A bit of a ad hoc show going on here today, but so good so far on these parts. And we'll keep with it. So that being said, let's just jump right in here. Bear with me one moment. There we go. Let's try that, shall we? All right, so how do we do in the markets today? Well, big tech and Bitcoin jump, bill yields and black gold dump after Vlad and Mitch save the world. So Putin offering to placate EU's gas needs and McConnell offering a short-term debt limit extension saved the world today. Is anyone really surprised? No. Putin's comments sent natural gas prices plunging after EU natty spiked a stunning 40% today. So obviously, if you were with us on the morning half of the broadcast, which, by the way, you can roll back the tape and catch about the first hour this morning, obviously we were talking on the front end of the day how gas had jumped remarkably high with no real explanation, which helped send oil prices lower as well. Here we see that. And McConnell's statement sparked a big tumble in T-bill yields. And of course, we've been tracking this debt ceiling anxiety proxy, which managed to tumble way down here as a result. With the curves kink flattening dramatically, but notice a small kink is appearing mid-December. Yeah, basically they kicked the can down the road, and it's a matter of whether or not they're going to extend this deal to 29 or 31 or 32, whatever, trillion for the old ceiling. We see the old T-bill curve, pre-McConnell versus post-McConnell, what happened, and now, like I said, kicking the can down the road. Again, most of these charts out of Bloomberg here. Says weakness overnight, selling wave hit as Japan opened and as Europe opened, and chaotic gamma-driven swings at the U.S. cash open. And then McConnell's statement sparked a big rip in stocks, with the S&P, Dow, and NASDAQ all back into green, until Senator Hirono called McConnell's deal BS. Small caps never made it back to green and had an ugly day overall. See how algos work, folks? You seeing that? Somebody makes a statement, everything goes green. I wonder whose pockets got lined today. The S&P's bounce is extremely technical and only managed to get it back to its 100-day moving average, but no higher. Treasury yields were very mixed, with the short end higher, 3-year about 2 basis points to the upside, and the long end lower, 30-year was down about 2 basis points. It says 10-year yields ran the stops at last week's highs before tumbling back lower. And there we see that going back to, looks like the start of the day, perhaps, I don't know. The dollar ended the day higher, but reversed lower almost 2 perfectly off last week's highs as U.S. markets opened and slid all day. And there we see the old Bloomberg dollar index there. Cryptos exploded higher also following more positive comments from SEC's Gensler. Bitcoin hit almost $55,500 there, right about, what's that, about closing time perhaps? Looks like, can't tell on the screen here, but kind of looks at the moment that we're sitting at about, 55,242 on screen. So, yeah, I didn't do too bad on the day. And Ethereum ramped back to its mid-September highs as well. There you see on screen, it's sitting right now about 35.94 and change. Here it was 35.97. Away from crude and natty, gold managed some gains today as the dollar dived, so it's nice to see that pick up, albeit slightly. Finally, it does not appear things are working out for Mr. Biden. And here we got the Real Clear Politics Joe Biden job approval polling data average. Mid price is 44.6, and he is continuing to tumble. And then there's this. USA sovereign risk is more than double that of China's. Ooh, interesting. But in case you thought it was over in China, think again. Nothing is fixed at all, as their China high-yield bond ETFs are going lower. So there you have it. Kind of a interesting day on the oil market, but well, how do we resolve this debt deal? Well, what if we print a $1 trillion coin, or mint one rather? I'm not going to read the whole thing. This is ridiculously long, but it is an interesting read nonetheless out of PrestonBurn.com. Says much has been made lately of the possibility of minting a $1 trillion coin to avoid congressional gridlock surrounding the increase of the debt ceiling. And Jeff Stein via tweet says, news, senior White House aides this week explored if the U.S. could keep making payments even after the debt ceiling breach. Internal White House memos discussed range of options, including minting a coin. CC at the stalwart, but White House review concludes only path to avoid calamity is Congress. Mind you, this is the Washington Compost, so take it for what it's worth. Rashida Tlaib says mint the coin already. Yeah, of course she does. We got some socialist programs to spend on, don't we? Joe Weisenthal says how minting a $1 trillion coin could avert a constitutional crisis. New post for the Odd Lots blog on hashtag #MintTheCoin. Says I used to think the coin trick was just about avoiding a default, but after talking to @RoHangry, I think the stakes are even higher. And a piece out of Bloomberg there. So, what's the skinny on all this? Well, to be blunt, this claim is horsepucky and pseudo-legal in nature. Below I explain why. The statute doesn't authorize a $1 trillion coin. Congress grants authority to the executive branch all the time to do certain acts and promulgate certain regulations. It does this through acts of Congress which delegate that authority to the executive branch. And I guess I'll even pause right there and think back to the old Federalist Papers and where the clear line of demarcation is between said branches of government. And I'm not necessarily sure that what Congress has authorized the executive branch to do via the bureaucratic side of things is necessarily lawful. Maybe legal, but is it lawful under the Constitution? I doubt it. Understanding what authority is granted and its extent requires us to read carefully the terms, the text, of the legal rules which govern the conduct of the executive branch. For example, in 2020 and 2021, the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, or CDC, instituted an eviction moratorium which barred landlords of properties subject to federally insured mortgages from evicting their tenants. It did so in reliance of a great grant of authority from Congress. As statutory authority for the moratorium, the CDC relied exclusively on Section 361 of the Public Health Service Act. See ID at 55297, enacted in 1944. This provision delegates to the Secretary of Health and Human Services the authority to, quote, make and enforce such regulations as in his judgment are necessary to prevent the introduction, transmission, or spread of communicable diseases, end quote, across states or from foreign lands, which is enshrined in 42 U.S.C. Section 264A, who in turn has delegated this power to the CDC under 42 CFR Section 70.2. May want to write these down for those keeping track at home. Well, Section 361 reads in relevant part, the Surgeon General, with the approval of the Secretary, is authorized to make and enforce such regulations as in his judgment are necessary to prevent the introduction, transmission, or spread of communicable diseases from foreign countries into the states or possessions, or from one state or possession into another state or possession. For purposes of carrying out and enforcing such regulations, the Surgeon General may provide for such inspection, fumigation, disinfection, sanitation, pest extermination, destruction of animals or articles found to be so infected or contaminated as to be sources of dangerous infection to human beings, and other measures, as in his judgment may be necessary. In a similar way, Congress also delegates authority to the Secretary of the Treasury to mint coins. The relevant provision for the Mint the Coin movement is subsection K of 31 U.S. Code Section 5112, which states in relevant part, the Secretary may mint and issue platinum bullion coins and proof platinum coins in accordance with such specifications, designs, varieties, quantities, denominations, and inscriptions as the Secretary, and the Secretary's discretion, may prescribe from time to time. So a number of adherents of an expansionary monetary ideology called modern monetary theory, or MMT, and some of their friends in the media, including a pet legal academic of the movement who wrote a 75-page paper on the subject, appear to think that this statute authorizes the Treasury to mint a trillion-dollar coin. So Joe Weisenthal continues, replying to the stalwarts, that since the mint is a profit source for the Treasury, not unlike the Fed, in the sense that all Fed profits are remitted back to the Treasury, it just doesn't seem like a close call that the law can be used in this way. And again, I just point out that at Philip N. Deal, who authorized the law's precise wording along with former Rep. Mike Castle of Delaware, came to the same conclusion upon being presented with at Muchos Carlos interpretation of the statute. This is an absolutely incredible comment from at Philip N. Deal, the former director of the U.S. Mint, who helped write the law that enables #MintTheCoin. And there they highlight some of the verbiage there. So on a very cursory reading, it certainly seems possible that this statute could authorize minting a $1 trillion coin, as long as the coin were a platinum-proof coin. If this were the case, the Treasury could then sell to a prospective buyer and book the profits as general revenue, as indeed the Treasury does for all manner of proof coins and bullion that it issues and sells directly to the public on a regular basis. Words have meaning, though, and I suspect the MMT crowd reading 5112K simply isn't reading it carefully enough. This means that if someone minted the coin and that act were challenged, I don't think a court would agree with them. Let's bounce back to Alabama Association of Realtors, the CDC case, government claims of sweeping authority. In that case, the CDC sought to argue that the language authorizing the Surgeon General to, quote, make and enforce such regulations, end quote, as were necessary for the prevention of disease to authorize a nationwide eviction moratorium. The district court, with which the Supreme Court eventually agreed, found for the plaintiffs. Applying Chevron deference, the court first asked whether Congress had spoken directly to the precise question at issue. In effect, does the law in dispute do what the government says it does? The court found that it did not. The use of a list which governed the scope of the regulation, the statute permitted, inspection, fumigation, disinfection, destruction, and other measures, limited the other measures that were allowable. Such measures were controlled and defined by reference to the enumerated categories before it. An application of the so-called ejusdem generis canon of textual construction. The court therefore held that these other measures must therefore be similar in nature to those listed. Put another way, the court looked to the actual text of the law and found that the national moratorium satisfies none of these textual limitations. Plainly, imposing a moratorium on evictions is different in nature than inspections, fumigations, disinfections, etc., and, moreover, interpreting the term articles to include eviction would stretch the term beyond its plain meaning. Gee, we wouldn't think that they would ever do that, now would we? The second Chevron step is for the court to decide whether the agency's interpretation of the statute is permissible. The CDC argued, as the mint the coiners do, that the grant of rulemaking authority is not limited in any way by the specific measures. Congress granted the Secretary the broad authority to make and enforce any regulations that in his judgment are necessary to prevent the spread of disease. The court disagreed because, among other things, an overly expansive reading that extends a nearly unlimited grant of legislative power to the Secretary would raise serious constitutional concerns, and further that courts expect Congress to speak clearly if it wishes to assign to an agency decisions of vast economic and political significance. Put another way, the doctrine that Congress does not hide elephants in mouse holes. And the court concluded, accepting the Department's expansive interpretation of the Act would mean that Congress delegated to the Secretary the authority to resolve not only this important question, but endless others that are also subject to earnest and profound debate across the country. And Gonzales 546 U.S. at 267. Internal quotation marks omitted. Under its reading, so long as the Secretary can make a determination that a given measure is necessary to combat the interstate or international spread of disease, there is no limit to the reach of his authority. Congress could not have intended to delegate such extraordinary power to an agency in so cryptic a fashion. Brown and Williamson Tobacco Corp., 529 U.S. at 159. To be sure, COVID-19 is a novel disease that poses unique and substantial public health challenges. See Def's Cross Mote at 14. But the court is confident that the enacting Congress did not intend to grow such a large elephant in such a small mouse hole. So, as we can see, even where the plain language of a law would appear to authorize the nearly unlimited exercise of power, the claim of unlimited power invites us to take, as the courts would take, a closer look. So I'm going to break from that. There is a lot to this. I'll probably just go ahead and drop that out there and let you guys peruse this. But it is an interesting read, and of course it all amounts to interpretation of the law. When we've seen this debate time and time again throughout history, and it's why, for example, when reading through the old Federalist Papers, that was the reason why they spoke in the language they did, to be clear and precise, so that there was no ambiguity whatsoever. But looking where we are today with the system of law that we have, the legal system, they've managed to twist and misinterpret words to benefit them, right? The doctrine of absurdity, yeah, another good section here. Let's see, anything else? Oh, yeah. The danger there is not lost in the courts, but rather what will happen between the time that the coin is minted and a final judgment is entered in a challenger's favor. When trillions of dollars in the full faith and credit of the United States are on the line, a mint the coiner could simply mint trillions to fund its operations or redeem treasuries and then dare the courts to unwind the transaction, forcing a default after the fact. Even if the executive branch should lose, it could put the courts in an impossible dilemma where restoring constitutional order would force a default. That the act of norm and constitution-breaking unilateral executive action must be forestalled as a matter of urgency. As soon as Republicans reclaim power, they must introduce legislation to amend Section 5112K to ensure that no administration can misconstrue its meaning ever again. And Zero Hedge says, on a side note, Twitter CEO Jack Dorsey appeared to suggest that if the coin was minted, America could see civil war. 1856 reference there. Interesting. So yeah, shenanigans around the debt ceiling, all that stuff playing out here today. McConnell, all these yin-yangs and that up on the Hill. The gamesmanship, the brinksmanship, and hey, let's just coin $1 trillion coin and whew, mass monetary theory, well, away we go. We'll just print to infinity and beyond. Rubino, this gold bull market has years to run. This morning we talked a little bit about what was going on with cryptos, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and transactions picking up over the years. But counter to that, obviously, if you go back to real money, gold, silver, etc., Rubino over at Dollar Collapse says the recent back and forth precious metals action has left a lot of people frustrated with both the metal and the permabulls in this space. Fair enough. Gold has almost doubled from its 2015 low, but it's done so in a really boring way, which is the ultimate crime in the blow-off stage of a financial bubble when so many other things are going parabolic. But history says that the real action is still to come. Following chart shows the past century's gold bull markets, most of which make the current bull market look like a virtual newborn. One gold bull market ended after matching today's in both duration and appreciation. It ran from 1930, the start of the Great Depression, to 1934, the year in which FDR confiscated gold. made ownership of the metal illegal for individual Americans and then devalued the dollar versus gold. Unless all that happens again, possible but highly unlikely, that bull market isn't a useful indicator. And here we see the various bull runs and that, and here they highlight we are here. So is there room to run? Perhaps. Note that the 1970s appear as two bull markets separated by a correction in 1975. View that decade as a single bull market and you get something as long as, and much more lucrative than, the 2000 to 2012 bull market, with most of the gains coming towards the end of the run. Is the 1970s gold market a good template for the balance of the 2020s? Let's consider the similarities. A bungled exit from a pointless and costly war? Check. Vietnam then, Afghanistan now. Rising inflation due to excessive debt and artificially easy money? Emphatic check. The current U.S. CPI is showing a consistent 5%, while debt levels pretty much everywhere are off the charts. Leadership that seems less competent and trustworthy every time they speak? Check. Jimmy Carter then, Biden Harris now. A rising power that threatens U.S. military and financial hegemony, and by implication the dollar's role as the world's reserve currency. Double check. China, and again Russia. Energy crisis? Check. Natural gas and coal prices are soaring. Stockpiles are at historically low levels, and winter is coming. Gas hoarding in the UK is likely to spread to continental Europe and beyond. See here for more detail. Well, no need for that. We've been covering that here pretty well, I would say, over the last several weeks. It says toss in the pandemic that just won't die, a labor shortage, supply chain disruptions, immigration chaos, and a weirdly general societal shift away from discipline and rationality, and you get an economy that's locked into an easy money, soaring leverage trajectory until no one in their right mind will want anything to do with traditional financial assets. In this environment, the boring market action in gold, a form of money that has protected against financial and societal chaos for all of recorded history, looks like the calm before the storm. Interesting. We are in a storm. Are we before the storm? Either way, probably a good time to get into silver, gold, if you can. Silver on the charts at the moment, just above 22 bucks and change. Gold sitting right at about 17.55 on screen there. Probably not a bad idea. If nothing else, it serves as a hedge, a little bit of an insurance policy as we migrate to whatever this next financial system looks like. If we tend to go down the path of the Great Reset, or if there are other means and ways that will throw that off. All right, aside from that, the other gold, black gold, oil extends losses as White House considers releasing emergency reserves and ban on exports. So West Texas Intermediate crude prices have tumbled from almost $79.50 overnight to barely above 77 bucks, as inventories were seen rising for the second week. Russian President Vladimir Putin offered to placate Europe's natural gas pain, removing a pillar of support for oil from gas to crude rotation. And now, the Financial Times reports that U.S. Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm has raised the prospect of releasing crude oil from the government's Strategic Petroleum Reserve, declaring that all tools are on the table, as the Biden administration confronts a politically perilous surge in the price of gasoline. Now, I don't know what the price is around you, but here in my neck of the woods, I think we're sitting right around about $3.35 for the typical 87 octane. Obviously more if you want the higher octane good stuff, right? But definitely well above where we were prior to the inauguration when DJT was still in office. And what's funny about that is that if you flash back to about last year this time, we were pretty well energy independent. Matter of fact, I think I still got the old Breitbart article. It says we were exporting energy left and right. We were pretty well rid of worrying about what the Saudis and OPEC Plus and everybody else was doing. we could get it done here and satisfy our, with the supply we have here, all the demands we had. So what changed? Well, it's a tool that's under consideration, Granholm said of a release of crude supplies from the National Strategic Petroleum Reserve, which analysts say could calm oil markets and bring prices down. A strategic release came on the table of a nanosecond after Jake Sullivan was rebuffed in Riyadh, and the administration realized shale producers wouldn't be able to increase production quickly enough, said Bob McNally, head of Rapidon Energy Group and a former advisor to the George W. Bush White House. Granholm also did not rule out a ban on crude oil exports. That's a tool that we have not used, but it is a tool as well, she told the Financial Times Energy Transition Strategies Summit on Wednesday. WTI extended its losses on this latest news. The last big release was in 2011, when the Obama administration worked with other International Energy Agency members to tap emergency stocks to bring down soaring prices. Congress has also authorized periodic sales to raise government revenue. So, again, we'll keep tabs on this as we have been with energy markets and that across Europe, what's playing out in China, India, Brazil, and many of these other nations, but looks like it may be coming home to roost here as well. All right, well, aside from that, and some tech-related news, hackers own Jeff Bezos by stealing and publishing Twitch source code in huge hack. Well, why is that important? Yours truly here broadcast to Twitch as well, and didn't see this come through till after the old stream was up on the day, but rest assured, I guarantee you that I'm going to have to probably make some changes here to some passwords and things of that nature based on this latest breach. Says these days, corporate hacks seem like a near daily occurrence, with only the biggest and most damaging ones making headlines, whether it's a ransomware attack or the good old-fashioned exploit, or attracting more than cursory attention from the press. But Wednesday's hack of Twitch, the streaming service owned by Amazon, has come with a hilarious twist. So Rail the Protogen says huge Twitch hack. Entire user base and source code to Twitch leaked. Change your passwords and any associating passwords. Enable two-factor authentication. Change your stream keys. Yep, I'll be doing that as soon as we conclude the broadcast here today. The hackers didn't just break in, they stole a treasure trove of valuable source code, internal admin tools, and files associated with the Vapor game store. In effect, it was a hack planned and executed not simply to profit, but to hurt Twitch and Amazon. Data on payments to popular streamers from 2019 and 2021 was also stolen and leaked so people could see how much they were paid. It appears the leakers have taken precautions to avoid exposing personal data that could be damaging for Twitch users. And Tom Warren says more on the Twitch leak/hack. It appears the leaker has taken some time to ensure personal account information is not in his leak, and is focused on tools, SDKs, and code that affects Twitch itself. A source familiar with Twitch's tools confirms. It says in a message posted to 4chan, the purported attackers denounced Twitch and its community as a disgusting, toxic cesspool. And so we have completely owned them. Jeff Bezos paid $970 million for this. We're giving it away for free. Hashtag do better Twitch. So TechCheck says CNBC's Iman Javers joins to report on breaking news that social streamer at Twitch has been hacked and massive amounts of data has been leaked. We'll skip that. I think we get the gist here. Here's a 4chan post from the apparent Twitch hacker calling Twitch's community a disgusting, toxic cesspool and releasing a large amount of data along with what appears to be pic mocking Jeff Bezos. Twitch, owned by Amazon, confirmed the data breach a short time ago. Well, I guess that's two on the week. Facebook, Amazon/Twitch now. Who's next? Stay tuned. Twitch only just confirmed the attack minutes ago via tweet. We can confirm a breach has taken place. Our teams are working with urgency to understand the extent of this, and we'll update the community as soon as additional information is available. There we see it. Could this be the start of a new wave of anti-corporate hacktivism? Investors better hope not, since the market already has enough to worry about. Interesting, huh? All right, well, last but not least on today, some other news out there coming off the boards. What the Anons are digging on? Well, let's see. A virus is a small parasite that cannot reproduce by itself. All right, good to note. Obviously talking about the coronavirus. Shift Pelosi comes. Bring me a pretzel with the spicy cheese. What the heck is that? No idea. Shooter on the ground. Not sure what's going on there. I must have missed something throughout the day here somewhere. How did Frances Haugen get such widespread MSM coverage and such a quick hearing before Congress? Yeah, that is a good question. Whistleblower immediately whisked in, and, Facebook has some sort of flap the day before. Seems a little sus, doesn't it? I will break it down. Most Anons won't respond to you. All right, more oil leaks. Oh, got another one? Or is this a continuation of the one off the coast of California at this point? Don't know. Coronavirus, Event 201, the global vaccine industry, and the Gates Foundation. Yep, well versed, I think, on all those connections. 3 fall sick with untested COVID a few days after exposure to the one family member who was jabbed. Shocker. Mom speaks out on FBI school probe. DOJ has declared war on parents. And of course, more to that story, as we found out today, is Merrick Garland's daughter is married to somebody who's in the business of promoting CRT textbooks and curricula to schools. Can you say conflict of interest? So I guess Merrick Garland says, well, if you're going to try and cost my family money, we'll just throw the FBI out there. 1 p.m. Eastern, Biden hosts a meeting with business leaders and CEOs on addressing the debt limit. All right. Newly released Nixon White House tapes. Interesting. Oversight committee to hold hearing on partisan Arizona election audit and threats to democracy. I have to go dig on that one. Alexandria City High School in Virginia on lockdown after reports of student with weapon. Shooter 2 on the ground. All right, there we go. That must be the tack on to the one above. Canada PM Justin Trudeau issues COVID-19 vaccine mandate for anyone 12 and older on trains and planes. Yep, we got to get those kids jabbed, don't we? Render you sterile. HRC, my first foray into fiction. Pre-order State of Terror now. I wonder if that's somebody's tweet or something, if those FFTs mean anything. I don't know. Anon calls for support. By Friday, we must upload our Vax card. Wonder whereabouts that Anon is. They talking about down in Australia? Or whereabouts? I don't know. All sorts of shenanigans playing out down there still. Emergency request. Did anyone save the compiled list of COVID treatment sites? Oh, of course. Matter of fact, I may do a special broadcast on that alone here shortly, so stay tuned on that one. Adam Schiff, my book, Midnight in Washington, comes out this coming Tuesday. I cannot wait to share it with you all. Right, who wants to read a book by Shifty Schiff? Raise no hands ever. Explosive video emerges of Fauci and HHS officials plotting for a new avian flu virus to enforce universal flu vaccination. Not surprised whatsoever. Facebook censors for Australia. Can't have the world watching. So the censorship continues. Thank you to people like Rebel News that have been putting out some of the work and shenanigans going on down there. At Real Candace O. So the Facebook quote-unquote whistleblower wants more government control over the internet, which is exactly what the World Economic Forum and global leaders want. Hashtag cyber pandemic. Yeah. So basically, whistleblower my tail. She's basically shilling for Davos. Bravo. So, who knows the real story behind these? I'm not sure what that is in reference to, but nonetheless, that is what the Anons are digging on the boards here this afternoon. So, like I said, stay tuned. I may have a little bit more to say about the various remedies that are out there, as well as places to find all the various forms and things of that nature for exemptions. I'm just about complete with my latest version here. I need to get that finished up and uploaded, and then it will be available version 3. If you missed it before, it is pinned to my Gab at the moment. You can check that out over there. You guys can download it, or just wait till I have kind of a special show on it and kind of work through the details of it and give it a go then. So that's going to do it for the broadcast here today. Appreciate you guys tuning in as always, and we will see you back here tomorrow. Take care. God bless everybody.